American honors at both levels, Christy made her way into the animal health industry where she sold pharmaceuticals for beef cattle for several years. Currently, Christy is the cattle accountant for her family's cattle feeding operation, Magnum Feed Yards, and manages their commercial cow-calf program. Magnum markets roughly 75,000 head of cattle annually. In her spare time, Christy is an avid college sports fan and enjoys red wine and loves being an auntie to her 5 nieces and nephews. Welcome, Christy. We're going to start out with our small fry classes, or class. We have Bryce Vollison, Elias Childress, Emma Childress, and we're probably going to have Tori Miller, Talyn Miller, and Tinsley Miller. The first name? It looks like Delilah Brammer, but I'm not sure if I'm saying the first name right. Sorry, it's Oakley Branner.
Well, good afternoon. I've certainly been looking forward to coming to Elbert County this afternoon and working through your market cattle show. I think just a fantastic place to start here with our bucket calf and our Pee Wee showmanship group. I went through and visited with all of these kids about their projects. All of them are doing a fantastic job. It's awesome to see so many numbers here in this program because this is obviously the future of this continued market beef program. So let's put our hands together for all these kiddos and their helpers. Congratulate them on working hard and doing a great job out here. We'll go ahead and excuse them and bring in the next round.
Okay, here we come with another class of small fry. These are going to be showing the bigger calves. I see Brecklin Smith out there, but I'm not sure who the other little girl is.
That's Kinley. What is Kelty? It's not Kelty. It's Kinley. Coulter. It's Coulter's last name.
Oh, okay. I guess the other one is Kinley Eldringhoff.
think another fantastic group out here as we continue to work through our peewees. Obviously, these peewees are showing some bigger and some older calves than the first group, and I want to commend them on doing a great job. These are some really big heifers and some really not very big girls. So you guys are doing a great job out here. Make sure that you say thank you to the folks that are out here helping you, making sure you're having a good experience here in the show ring. Let's give these two young ladies a nice big round of applause as they head back to the barns.
Okay, we're going to get started with our senior showmanship. We'll have 2 flights. In this flight, we have Kylie Anderson, John Booth, Hayden Fox, Caden McManus, Tori Messer, Nevaeh Ramsauer, Eva Stretcher, Summer Wangro, and Alice Harvey.
Let's put our hands together for our first initial heat of senior showmen. We're going to go ahead and keep the 3 young ladies over here that I've selected to come back in for our final heat. We'll send this entire heat back to the barns and move on to heat number 2.
In the first fleet of 4-H senior beef showmanship, coming back will be Kylie Anderson from Gold Creek, Hayden Fox from Rural Rustlers 4-H Club, and Summer Waingrove from Kiowa Community 4-H. In our second flight of senior beef showmanship, we will have Liam Anderson from Gold Creek, Austin Hunley, Troy McWhorter, Zane Oliver, Lauren Rector, Austin Torrance, Paisley Rose Vandergriff, and Cameron Sample.
I think another competitive heat. We're going to go ahead and bring back the 4 that I've selected. Let's put our hands together for this second and final heat. We'll go ahead and excuse all 4 of you and then bring you back in for the championship round.
From the second flight of 4-H senior beef showmanship, coming back will be Liam Anderson, Troy McWhorter, Ashton Torrance, and Paisley Rose Vandergriff.
Let's put our hands together for our champions out here in senior showmanship. I think a really deep and a really, really competitive group of showmen, and I'm certainly impressed just obviously with the hard work that they've put in at home to get to this point. There's a lot of fundamentally very, very good showmen out here, and they don't make a lot of mistakes. They know how to utilize the ring, how to be a good conscientious show person and make sure that they're helping their neighbors and their partners, while most importantly making sure that I get the best view of their animal at all times. Maybe some unpopular opinions for me in showmanship. Sometimes it takes a better showman to show an animal that maybe doesn't have quite as good of an attitude, because not always are they going to be very, very calm and very, very tame, especially if this is their first or second trip to town. The weather is nice and cool. It's a little breezy. There's a lot of people. There's just a lot that can go on out here. And I know the young lady's heifer kind of got away from her at one point in time. I still think that she's a phenomenal showman. And quite honestly, that really didn't deter how you're going to do out here, because you got right back with it, stayed in line, made sure that heifer was very, very easily presented and very highly presented, and I think have just done a fantastic job. And I think that's a testament of a really high quality showman. I think each of these young people that are still remaining, they have their own style, and I certainly appreciate that, and it's very, very different. But all of them are very good in terms of their ring utilization, making sure they're doing the fundamental things appropriately in terms of turning cattle the way they're supposed to, utilizing the space the way they're supposed to, making sure we're combing when I go handle, and then it's fun to visit with them and just get a little deeper idea of their projects and maybe how their projects fit into the bigger scope of the industry. I think that's really important. I'm going to go and shake the hand of your top three. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our seniors for doing a fantastic job.
First place in 4-H Senior Beef Showman goes to Troy McWhorter of Ranch and Rookies 4-H Club. The prize being sponsored by Priscilla and Maria Schnell in memory of Dan Schnell. Second place and reserve champion is Summer Raingrow of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Third place, Kylie Anderson of Gold Creek. Fourth place, Paisley Rose Vandergriff. Fifth place, Ashton Torrance of Rattlesnake 4-H, and sixth place, Hayden Fox of Rural Rustlers 4-H. Moving on to intermediate beef showmanship. We will have 2 flights in this class. So in the first flight, we will have Eli Anderson, Kinley Cornell, Riley Hammaker, Sadie McWhorter, Brant Vollison, Maddie White.
Think of I don't have any mics. This one's not on either.
No, no, mic it off. Dang, let me try to find that guy.
We're having a little technical difficulty out here. Let's give our first heat of intermediates a nice round of applause. Again, we're going to keep the 3 young ladies that I've sorted out here to come back. Let's go ahead and excuse all of them back to the barn, and we'll bring in heat number 2.
Coming back for or qualifying for the finals for intermediate beef showmanship are Sadie McWhorter, Brindley Watts, and Poppy Mae Vandergriff. Coming in the show ring is the second flight of intermediate beef showmanship. Exhibitors include Sage Carnahan, Lexi Guy, Cooper Maddock, Aya Messer, Kellen Torrance, Brant Vollison, Maddie White.
Another very competitive heat as we continue to work through our intermediates. Let's give them another nice round of applause. 3 young people over here with the Charlotte influenced and the peach-colored calves are going to go ahead and make it back here to the finals. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors doing a great job out here.
Intermediate showmen that will be returning for the finals include Sage Carnahan, Brant Vollison, and Maddie White. Coming in the show ring is the finals for our intermediate beef showmanship. Finalists include Sadie McWhorter, Brindley Watts, Poppy May Vandergriff, Sage Carnahan, Brant Vollison, and Maddie White. The grand champion intermediate beef showmanship exhibitor is a buckle sponsored by Carnahan Ranches, Charles and Jane Carnahan of Kiowa, Colorado.
It's an incredible group of intermediates out here in our final division. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kiddos. Doing a great job. And I think it's very competitive here in our top three. And I think that we've got three showmen that each have a different style. And I think that all of them are fundamentally very correct in the way that they work the ring, the way that they turn their animals, the way they utilize their space, the way that they're good teammates out here with the other people that are in the ring, and they're gracious and help people go if they need to, and still give each other ample space and do all the things the right way. Obviously, there's some different attitudes out here just in terms of the cattle and how hard they're making some of these showmen work, but I appreciate just the stick with it, that attitude that these kiddos have, and particularly the young lady back here in the pink. That yellow steer just pushes her around anytime that she tries to lead him, but she sticks with him, and she's gotten better, right? When we're circling the last time, not pushing her around near as much, and she's getting aggressive back with him, and I certainly like to see that. So I think it's really close out here. I think these three all do a fantastic job with their individual styles, but more importantly, all of their animals are presented very well and very highly to me at all times, and obviously that's what showmanship is about. So I'm going to put the mic down and show you how I like them in particular order, but one more time, if you can give all of our intermediate showmen, not just the 6 out here in the finals, a nice round of applause.
First place and our grand champion intermediate beef showman is Brand Vollison from Rural Wrestlers 4-H. Second place and reserve champion is Sadie McWhorter from Ranch and Rookies 4-H Club. Third place is Maddie White from Kiowa Community 4-H. Fourth place is Poppy Mae Vandergriff. In fifth place is Brinley Watts of Kiowa Community 4-H. And sixth place is Sage Carnahan of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Sponsoring the belt buckle for Grand Champion Intermediate Beef Showman is Carnahan Ranch's Charles and Jane Carnahan of Kiowa, Colorado. Thank you for your sponsorship. Coming in the show ring is our junior beef showmanship. Exhibitors include Case Carnahan, Easton Moy, Hilton Smith, Barrett Vollison, Wade White, and Ada Anderson. The Grand Champion Junior Beef Showmanship Buckle is sponsored by the Elbert County Cattle Women. Thank you so much.
I hope all of our older age divisions are paying attention to these juniors, because I tell you what, these younger kids are bringing the heat and certainly going to put a lot of pressure on these intermediates and seniors as they continue to advance through the ranks. Let's give all of these junior kiddos a big, nice round of applause. They're doing a phenomenal job out here. I really do think that it gets really close, particularly between these two, but specifically the top four. I think all of these kiddos, I'm sorry, I don't know where to stand to where it's not giving you a bunch of feedback. Tremendous good job, though. I think that these two, very different style in terms of showmen, but I think just the most consistent. I think they do the smoothest job in making sure that their animals are always presented well, and just do a very, very flawless job. So there's little differences between the two, and I think there's a little strategery that I'm going to talk to one of these young showmen about, just in terms of how you choose to come into the ring and really playing to the strength of your animal, because I think that some of that goes a long way as you're out here and the competition is that deep. So one more time, let's put our hands together. I'll show you who I like for champion and reserve champion showmen out here, but congratulations to all of our showmen. They've done a fantastic job tonight in showmanship.
First place and grand champion junior beef showman is Hilton Smith from Kiowa Community 4-H. Second place is and reserve champion is Wade White, also from Kiowa Community 4-H. Third place is Case Carnahan from Kiowa Community 4-H. Fourth place is Barrett Vollison from Rural Rustlers 4-H Club. Fifth place is Kinley Rose Frank. And sixth place is Ada Anderson from Gold Creek 4-H. Our grand champion junior beef showman receives a belt buckle sponsored by the Elbert County Cattlewomen. Coming in the show ring next is our novice beef showman. We have two exhibitors, August Cornell and Catherine Reidzig.
showmanship group of 2 kids, and this is their first year doing the Market Beef Project. So first of all, let's give them a big round of applause just for participating in the project to begin with. They have both assured me that they loved it and that they're going to continue to do it, so I got their verbal commitment. So you guys in this county, 4-H leaders, group leaders, all the things, hold them to that next year. I want to make sure that you guys are doing this again next year. I think each of you are doing a fantastic job. Obviously, there's a lot of people out here, and some of these animals maybe aren't acting quite as comfortably or as smooth as the others, but I think both of you are doing a phenomenal job. One of you, again, has a homework project. You're going to go back and learn why finish is important in market cattle, and you're going to come back and tell me when you come into your class, because that's a very key component of what we're doing out here. But let's put our hands together for these 2. I'll show you how I like them in particular order, but fantastic job, both of you working very, very hard.
First place and our grand champion novice beef showman is Katrina Reisig. She is receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. In second place and reserve champion is August Cornell. Congratulations. In the show ring now, we have our catch a calf class. 2 exhibitors. We have Tori Messer and Alice Harvey.
think we have two really nice representatives of our Catch It Calf program out here. And for those of you who aren't maybe familiar with the Catch It Calf program here in this state, these projects are donated to these kids by some local breeders, and their final destination is at National Western. And there's a lot of phases of the program in terms of animal conformation and average daily gain and conversion and those types of things that go into the projects, as well as showmanship and just kind of some general knowledge. So I think it's fantastic that both of these young people have brought their Catch It Calf projects to town here for County Fair. I talked to each of these girls a little bit about their projects and how they've been doing and what they've been eating and how much they've been gaining, and kind of what they plan to focus on and really develop in their projects between now and National Western. And I think that each of these young ladies are going to be great representatives of Elbert County in the Catch It Calf program at National Western. So let's give them a nice big round of applause for bringing them out here this evening.
This is our prospect beef class, 2 exhibitors. We have Lauren Rector. Her calf weighs 1,087 pounds, and Maddie White. Hers weighs 1,091 pounds.
I think as we get into our prospect class, obviously this is just 2 animals out here that were really close to making market weight but didn't quite make the 1,100 pound threshold. Very different in terms of their kind, very different in terms of their composition. I really like a lot of things about the young lady's market heifer. She's assured me that this female is going to make the trip down to Pueblo for State Fair, have a couple more weeks on feed, and I think she'll be very, very competitive because compositionally that's a nice female. She's one that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her kind, hence why we've probably struggled to hit the 1,100 pound mark. But outside of that, very, very attractively balanced. That's a muscular female that's good in terms of her finish, maybe a little bit plainer and more generic as you study her through her front third and at the base of her chest, but one that again is packed full of muscle, very sound structured, very compositionally correct. Young lady's done a nice job. At the other end of the spectrum, we've got the steer over here that excels in terms of his growth and his extension. He's very long, he's very large frame. That's a long-bodied steer. Unfortunately, some of that extra growth at this stage of the game kind of works to his detriment because he's so bare in terms of his finish. He's a little harsh in terms of his body. Would like to see that dude just stoutened up in terms of his feature, have a little bit more muscle shape all the way through, but the young lady's done a very nice job with him. Let's congratulate each of our prospect exhibitors as we move throughout the show.
In first place, and our champion prospect beef is Maddie White, and second and reserve champion is Lauren Rector. Coming into our market beef class, these happen to both be market heifers. We have Summer Wangro, hers weighs 1,114 pounds, and Kelsey Haar, hers weighs 1,160 pounds.
I think a really nice pair of market heifers out here. And again, I think two heifers that are actually very good and acceptable in terms of their composition. And I think the difference comes just in terms of some pieces of balance and structure. I think the one that wins the class is the young lady's yellow heifer that's on my right. I think that's a heifer that certainly amongst this pair, I think that she's the one that sets the stage in terms of chest width. As you transition to the top side of her skeleton, she easily has more shape out of the back side of her shoulder. That's a big top female that's really dimensional through her pins and reads adequate in terms of her stifle shape. You could get a little nitpicky in terms of balance. She wants to get just a touch lower fronted and maybe just like to extend her in terms of her kind, but that's a sound structured one that's very good in terms of her muscle shape. Certainly done a job. Got the black heifer, and she is longer bodied and more certainly for finish. She handles, I think, has done a nice job in that regard. Kind of width and dimension and muscle shape as our class winner. We come in a few different shapes and sizes. We're a little bit more elevated and upright in the angle of our shoulder and probably not quite as attractive from our shoulder forward. And then we can loosen up on our rear skeleton ever so slightly. Nice pair of heifers to start our market show. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those two exhibitors.
For Class 1 in our market beef show, first place is Summer Wangro, and second place is Kelsey Haar. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 of market beef. We have Easton Moy. His calf weighs 1,115 pounds. Katrina Reisig. Calf weighs 1,123 pounds. Zane Olivers weighs 1,136 pounds. Lauren Rector, 1,166 pounds, and Case Carnahan, 1,178 pounds.
Place to start here in our lightweight steer class, and I'll be the first to admit that there's structural changes that we want to make about all 5 of these. So if you say, all right, we gotta throw structure out the window to a degree, I think the logical place to start is with the young man's black steer. Then there's no question that of the 5 out here, he's the one that's the most acceptable in terms of his muscle shape. As you get your hands on top of him, that's a big back steer that's really, really fresh. He's very shapely in terms of the dimension that he handles with down his top. He's wide and expressive in terms of his dimension from hooks to pins, sets down on a big foot and bone. I think he's the boldest ribbed and the deepest bodied in this particular group. No question, we got to change him a little bit in terms of his structural build off of both ends, but outside of that, I think compositionally, he's the logical place to start. Certainly appreciate a lot of things about the young lady's red steer that's going to go ahead and be second. There's no question, I think that he's probably the soundest steer out here, just in terms of his build and his structural correctness. That's a little bit easier to do when we give up some muscle and some dimension, and he certainly does that in relation to our class winner, but you certainly have to appreciate his length of body. He's deep in terms of his center skeleton. I appreciate that he's quite a bit softer and more mellow to the touch than some other steers in this particular class. I just want to see him have more muscle shape as he continues to develop. Congratulations to that young lady. Black steer that's going to come out here in third is similar to our class winner in terms of his muscle shape. Squares up behind his shoulder with a really good turn, very dimensional out of his upper pins. As you study this guy, and the things that are a little concerning is just the elevation he reads with in terms of his shoulder and his knee, and then from behind, he's really flat in terms of his forerib. He's too shallow and hard in terms of his body, and I just want to see him a little bit softer and a little bit mellower as you read him. We get into 2 steers on the bottom of this particular class that are very expressive in terms of their muscle shape, very long-bodied and high-performing, just cattle that don't match that with an appropriate amount of finish. They're too hard in terms of their body type. Really appreciate the length of body and the soundness of structure of this one. Just too hard in terms of his kind. Want to see him with a little bit more genuine finish. Same can be said about the young man Charlet steer. Very shapely and expressive in terms of his kind. He's too rigid and upright on both ends, just too harsh in terms of his center body. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head back to the barn.
Results of Class 2. In first place is Case Carnahan. Second place is Catherine Reisig. Third place, Zane Oliver. Fourth place, Lauren Rector. And fifth place is Easton Moy. In the ring now is class number 3. Calves in this class range from 1,200 pounds to 1,226 pounds. We have Case Carnahan, Barrett Vollison, Kinsley Rose Franken, Riley Hammaker, Ty Bringhurst, and Liam Anderson.
think these top 3 steers are very challenging in this particular class, and I think it's because they're very different, and each one of them has something that I would absolutely like to change. I just feel the most comfortable with the additional skeletal growth and extension of the 2 steers on the top side of this particular class. To me, the steer that wins offers the best combination of some growth and some extension and some lateness and maturity, while still being sound in terms of his skeletal build and adequate in terms of his muscle shape. Is he the nicest balanced? He's not. Is he the heaviest muscled? He's not. But is he the one that offers the best combination of some growth and some extension while still being sound in terms of his structure, particularly in his ankle, and being relatively acceptable in terms of his degree of finish? To me, yes, and I think that he's the combination steer that I feel the most comfortable with is the logical place to start. If you like the steer that's in second, I think you like him because he does have some extra muscle shape that our class winner probably doesn't read with, specifically directly behind his shoulder. He is squarer directly behind his shoulder. He is bolder in terms of his loin. I like his additional width and dimension as you study him through his stifle. My issue with this steer is him in terms of his structure. He's too upright in the angle of his shoulder. We really need to redesign his rear ankle and then soften him ever so slightly in terms of his flank. Standing still, he paints a great picture, and if we didn't go in a circle, he's way better through his chest than is our class winner. He is also stronger behind his shoulder. It's just when we get out on the move and we take a circle, I'm not quite as comfortable with his athleticism in relation to our class winner. To me, the steer that comes in third is the problem. You either start this steer or you put him third. And for me, I battled so many times in my head because here's the heaviest muscled one. That's the most appropriate in terms of his degree of finish at this stage, and probably gives you the nicest picture in terms of balance and structural correctness. My issue with him as a cattle feeder's daughter is he is just too little in terms of his kind. He is very, very quick maturing, very just moderate in terms of his type and kind. I can't get past his lack of skeletal growth and extension. Again, if he's the one that you want to tie into because of his muscle shape, his correctness of finish, and his balance, I certainly don't argue. I just can't get past how early maturing and how moderate he is in terms of his type and kind. 3 steers on the top side of that class that are very, very good. Like the black steer that comes next in fourth, he's very practical in terms of his type and kind, very sound structured steer that's loose in terms of his skeleton, doesn't quite have the same stoutness of feature or body shape or correctness of finish as do the 3 on top of this particular class. Same can be said about the red steer that comes next. One, again, that's bold in terms of his body shape. I like how deep and soft he is in terms of his rear rib and flank. Probably needs to be redesigned a little bit in terms of his balance. We're a little generic in terms of our build ahead of our shoulder. Want to see us set down at the surface with a bigger foot and a rear hind leg. Like a lot of things about the Charlet influence steer that's going to round out this particular class, he is very expressive in terms of his muscle shape. I just read him to be too hard in terms of his kind. He's too tight in terms of his full rib and his rear flank. Want to see him have some additional cover on him at this stage of the game. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors. That's a nice class.
Our results from Class 3 in first place is Liam Anderson from Gold Creek 4-H. Second place is Ty Bringhurst. Third place is Barrett Vollison. Fourth place is Case Carnahan. Fifth place is Kinsley Rose Franken. And in sixth place is Riley Hamaker. Coming into the ring now, we have calves ranging in weight from 1,244 pounds to 1,277 pounds. We have Eli Anderson, John Booth, Caden McManus, Cooper Maddock, Brindley Watts, Troy McWhorter, and August Cornell.
Our class winner's name is apparently Michael, and I was told that nobody likes Michael, and I was like, well, I like Mike. So that's a logical place to start here in this particular class. I think that's a high quality steer that reads with a ton of quality and look from the side. He's a very, very nice balance, very proportional in terms of his build. He's good in terms of his back shape. He reads very dimensional in terms of his pins, goes to the ground with some width. He's probably not perfect in terms of our athleticism from the side. I think that's just a function of him being lazy versus a function of there being anything wrong with our skeletal build. Maybe not quite as big in terms of his type and kind as maybe we'd like to see, but a very, very high quality one that the young man's done a nice job with. I think another very good steer out here is the young man in the red shirt, and I think this dude is very genuine in terms of his shape. He's so good and bold in terms of his center body, very attractive in terms of his lines. I like his hind leg. I like how athletic he is. He maybe reads a little harsher in relation to his center body, as does our class winner. Want to clean him up ever so slightly in terms of his chest, drop that tail head into him. Those are very, very nitpicky things on a very, very nice functional steer that the young man's done a good job with. I like the yellow colored steer that comes next. He's very practical and big in terms of his center body. That's a bold ribbed, high volume steer that's good in terms of his finish, sound in terms of his structure. I like his length of body. We could loosen him up ever so slightly in terms of his ankle, maybe give him a shot more attractiveness in terms of how he reads in his front third, but again, another very practical project for the young man. I like the red steer that comes next, and I think his name is Red, if I remember correctly from showmanship. One that, again, is very sound in terms of his structure, long in terms of his line. I like his center body dimension and the degree of finish that he reads with at this particular stage of the game. For me, though, he's a little flat in terms of his muscle shape, as you'd like to see at this stage of the game. Want to give him a shot more feature at the surface in relation to some steers on the top side of this class. Black steer that comes next is another one that's bold in terms of his body. I like the shape that he reads with on the top side of his skeleton. Maybe not quite as soft in terms of his center dimension. I read him to be just a little harsher in terms of his full ribbon back through his flank, and when compared to some steers on the top side of this group. White socked steer that comes next, again, another sound structured, long bodied one. One that I'd like to see just to have a shot more natural dimension all the way through. He gets a little tighter in terms of his skeletal correctness and soundness of structure as he's asked to go. Red and white steer that's going to round out our particular class is another practical one that you have to appreciate in terms of his performance and his length of body. He's good in terms of his cover. Maybe doesn't match that with the amount of power and muscle shape that you'd ask for one at this particular weight, but the young lady's done a nice job. Give them a nice round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Results of Class 4. In first place is Troy McWhorter of the Ranch and Rookies 4-H Club. Second place is Caden McManus. Third place is Eli Anderson. Fourth place, Cooper Maddock. Fifth place, Gus Cornell. And sixth place, John Booth. Seventh place, Brindley Watts. Next in is Class 5. We have 6 entries in this class. We have Paxton Yoakum, Cameron Sample, Ashton Torrance, Jackson Sedlak, Kylie Anderson, and Ainsley DeHoff. The weight range for this class is 1,281 pounds to 1,297 pounds. Our judge today for the beef show is Christy Gable from Eaton, Colorado. Christy judged at Butler College and Kansas State University, where she received her education and also participated on the livestock judging teams. She received All-American honors at both levels. Christy also made her way into the animal health industry, where she sold pharmaceuticals for the beef cattle industry for several years. Currently, Christy is the cattle accountant for her family's cattle feeding operation, Magnum Feed Yard, and manages their commercial cow-calf program. Magnum markets roughly 75,000 head of cattle annually. And in her spare time, Christy is an avid college sports fan and enjoys red wine and loves being an auntie to her 5 nieces and nephews.
I think a very attractive and proportional steer that's going to go ahead and start this particular class. I think he rises to the surface relatively handily for me. That's a wide-chested steer that's so good and bold in terms of his center body. That translates up to the top of his skeleton where he's just so wide and impressive. Very, very fresh in terms of his back shape, and I appreciate that about him. I really appreciate how attractive and stout and powerful he is in terms of his hip. You could tweak on him a little bit because he's not perfect in the angle of his shoulder. We're a little upright in our shoulder and our knee and not quite as comfortable in terms of how we get out of our front end when asked to go. Certainly sound enough in terms of this particular class and a very logical place to start. I think that his advantage, particularly over the steer that comes in second, is just his body shape. He's so much bolder in terms of his full rib and how he's designed in terms of his rib. I think he's deeper, particularly through his center body and back through his flank. And then he's just the wider constructed steer that's softer in terms of his kind. The black steer is so shapely in terms of his muscularity, very expressive on the top side of his skeleton. Unfortunately, he's just narrower through his chest. He's flatter at the base of his full rib. Want to see that steer softer and deeper back through his flank and a little bit more comfortable in terms of his ankle to switch that pair. I like the practical black steer that comes next in third. He's bold in terms of his body. That's a high volume steer that's very practical in terms of his kind. Maybe not overwhelming in terms of his muscularity. We're a little bit more general in terms of our feature at the surface, but a long bodied steer that's sound in terms of his kind, good in terms of his degree of finish and his practicality. Very similar for the black steer that's going to come next. I think that's another one that's very practical in terms of his kind. Maybe not as deep-bodied or as dimensional in terms of his muscularity as the one directly in front of him, but long-bodied, high-performing, sound-structured. It's just very, very practical in terms of his type and kind. Red steer that comes next is very similar. He's long, he's sound. He just doesn't quite have enough muscle or dimension to rival the steers on the top side of this set. We're going to round out the class with a black steer that's very, very high-performing and deep in terms of his kind. He's just too plain off of both ends of his skeleton, not quite as comfortable in his structure when asked to go. Very, very nice group of steers. Let's go ahead and show these kids our appreciation.
Results of Class 5. In first place is Ashton Torrance from Rattlesnake 4-H Club. In second place is Kylie Anderson. In third place is Cameron Sample. In fourth place is Paxton Yoakum. Fifth place is Jackson Sedlak. In sixth place is Ainsley DeHoff. We're now moving into Class 6 of our Market Beef 4-H show. We have 5 entries in this class. We have Kelsey Haar, Barrett Vollison, Sage Carnahan, Wade White, and Nevaeh Ramsauer. Calves in this class range in weight from 1,301 pounds to 1,312 pounds.
maybe the class thus far that has provided maybe the deepest competition and the most challenge in some places. For me, the place where the challenge is not is where to start. And I think that this red steer is very high quality in terms of his kind. Young man does a great job with him. That steer is just so flawless from the side. He is easily the best in terms of his skeletal build and his structure in relation to the other cattle in this particular class, and still does the fundamentals right in terms of composition, muscle shape, correctness of finish, ties the show steer look and soundness of structure together the best out of this particular division. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause. I think it gets closer between 2, 3, and 4, and I think the reason that the black steer lands in second is because of the remaining cattle, he's the one that's just the freshest, the most genuine in terms of his back shape, and the most opened up and boldest in terms of his forerib. We got to fix this dude's skeleton, and I'll be the first to admit that. We're too upright in our shoulder, we're too tight and round in terms of our hip, we're not functional enough off of our hind leg. But if you just take the middle third of that steer, man, that's a good one. That is a fat-backed steer that's so fresh when I get my hands on him, so good in terms of his shape over his loin, handle so mellow and so fresh in terms of his center body. That steer just needs to be looser and sounder off of both ends of his skeleton, balance up more appropriately in relation to our class winner. I like a lot of things about the yellow steer that comes next. When you're behind that steer and you see the view in terms of his pin set and his stifle, he is so overwhelming. That is his class advantage, and there's no question. He is the most expressive as you get behind him. My issue is that he's the framier steer in this particular group, and he doesn't match that down below in terms of the way he's constructed in his chest and his forerib. We're too harsh and tight in terms of our chest. Don't quite handle with the same type of freshness and mellowness. I question his degree of finish. I question his genetic potential in terms of his grading ability as well. Black and white steer is very long and very level in terms of his kind. Young lady's done a very nice job with him because he balances up so attractively from this side. In relation to the 3 steers ahead of him, he just doesn't have enough muscle, particularly right behind his shoulder. He's the flattest in terms of his back shape in relation to the top 3. He's too tight in terms of his forerib, and then I want to see him just more correct in the way that he handles his pin set and his hind leg on the move. Young lady got into a hammer of a class because this is a very practical, practical, good-built market steer, probably one that's good in terms of his center body. He's got enough muscle for me. He's good in terms of his length of body and his performance. We're just too generic in terms of the way that we're balanced. I want to see us set down with a heavier foot and bone as he goes away. Tremendous, tremendous class. Please put your hands together for those kids. Doing a very great job.
Results of Class 6. In first place is Wade White from Kiowa Community 4-H. In second place is Barrett Vollison. Third place, Sage Carnahan. Fourth place is Nevea Ramsauer. And fifth place is Kelsey Haar. Coming in the show ring now, we have Class 7 of our Market Beef Show. We have Wade White, Eli Hockaday, Sage Carnahan, Brinley Watts, Paxton Yoakum, Troy McWhorter, and Poppy Mae Vandergriff. 7 entries in all. Cattle in this class range in weight from 1,328 pounds to 1,357 pounds.
This is a very good class, and I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I think the top 3 or 4 steers in this particular class are very, very good. And then we kind of have a weird sun glare in here, so it's playing a little trick with my eyes, and I just want to make sure that I'm doing as thorough of a job evaluating as I can. I think these 2 steers are phenomenally good, and maybe the steer that's in second for me is the one that hits me the hardest, just in terms of the raw shape behind his shoulder, how bold he is in terms of his full rib and his center body, and that is the biggest hipped, biggest pin steer that we've seen all day. There's no question. The reason that I like our class winner is because he is so much more my kind in terms of growth and upside of his shoulder. His neck sets in much more attractively. He's flatter in skeleton, and the way he's constructed through his front third. Is that steer the heaviest muscled? He's not. Does that steer have enough muscle? There's no question. And I obviously, this is a market show, and certainly composition matters, but I am not going to be the one that's going to stand out here and say, if you have the most muscle and you are the fattest, you are automatically the best one, because I think that 95% of the cattle in this show have enough muscle. The steer that's in second is tremendously high quality, and the young man does a very nice job with him. So freshly presented, so good in terms of his center body. He's bold and dimensional behind his shoulder, and again, as I talked earlier, he is the most powerful steer that we've seen from a dimension perspective, out of his pins into the base of his stifle. His issue is he's a little shorter in terms of his cannon. He's a quicker, earlier maturing steer that's just not attractive enough for me in terms of his front third. He's bolder through his chest, he's deeper and bigger through his shoulder, and then the way that his neck ties into the top side of his skeleton is just not near fresh and attractive enough for me. Really, really like the steer that comes in third. Probably not in the same league, just in terms of overall quality of the top 2. Not to take anything away from him, because he's very good and practical in terms of his type and kind. We just don't have the same kind of muscle or freshness in this one that we do the steers on the top side of this set. Young lady brings us another high quality, very expressively shaped steer, just like she did in the last class. You have to appreciate just the expressive muscle shape that her cattle have bred with today. Good in terms of the way they handle down their top and through their stifle. Again, one that's a little frailer at the surface, doesn't match it with the same kind of rib and dimension as you'd like to see. You like a lot of things about the Hereford Mark steer. Very smooth in terms of his build. He's long and level in terms of his kind. That's one of the soundest structured steers that we've seen in this class for sure, and maybe today. Really, really good footed calf that's very extended in terms of his kind. He just reads narrower through his chest. We don't have the same kind of shape on the top side of our skeleton that we need to move higher in this particular group. We're going to move on down the line with 2 cattle that are going to round out our particular class that just give up a little bit in terms of balance and muscularity to rival the quality of the cattle on the top side of this group. Phenomenal set. Please put your hands together for all of the kids in this group.
Results from Class 7. In first place is Troy McWhorter from the Ranch Rookies 4-H Club. In second place is Eli Hockaday. Third place, Wade White. Fourth place, Sage Carnahan. Fifth place, Brinley Watts. Sixth place, Poppy May Vandergriff. And seventh place, Paxton Yoakum. In the ring now, we have class number 8 of our market beef show. We have Hayden Fox, Summer Wangro, Owen Hockaday, and Kinley Cornell. Calves in this class range in weight from 389 pounds. Your class is complete.
Really, really good class. And I'm starting to sound like a broken record out here, but I think the last 3 or 4 classes, the top cattle in that particular group are very, very good. This class is no exception, and these 2 steers are very different. And I wish that we could put them together because I'm not sure that there's one that is flawless. But man, this Charlet influenced steer, this smoky colored one, this view right here on him, I want to make him bolder in terms of his full rib. I want to make him more genuine in terms of his chest and his knee. But outside of that, the advantage that he has in terms of his hip and hind leg, for me, is what makes the difference. Longer hipped, more flexible in terms of his hock, sets down more genuine in terms of his pastern, creates just a beautiful, beautiful look from this side. Again, he's not perfect. And if you want to gravitate towards the one that's bolder in terms of his full rib, that's wider chested, that's more honest in terms of the shape behind his shoulder, that's the steer that's in second. There is no question that he is more powerful, that he's more expressive in terms of his shape, that he's more genuine in terms of his chest width. When that steer gets out and goes, it kind of breaks my heart a little bit because I want his hip and his hind leg to be as flawless as the steer in front of him, and it just isn't. He's shorter pinned, he's shorter hipped. We're not quite as square or as genuine in terms of our hock placement. We don't set down quite as comfortably. Standing still, I love him. It's when he gets out and goes, we just got to make him looser in terms of his rear third in relation to our class winner. 2 very, very high quality steers. Certainly don't want to take anything away from the 2 cattle that are going to come in 3rd and 4th in this group. They're very practical market cattle that are good in their own right, good in terms of their body shape and their natural dimension. They're just not in the same league in terms of balance and dimension and freshness of the cattle on the top side of this group. If you would please put your hands together. Those are 2 very, very high quality steers in this class.
Results from Class 8. In first place is Owen Hockaday. Second place, Summer Wangro. Third place, Hayden Fox. In fourth place, Kinley Cornell. Coming in next, we'll go to class number 9 of our 4-H Market Beef Show. We have 6 entries in all. We have Austin Hunley, Eli Oliver, Kellen Torrance, Bran Vollison, and Eva Stretcher with a 2 head. Weight range on this class for you is 1,394 pounds to 1,409 pounds. Total is 6 head in this class.
think a very logical class winner here in this particular group. I think if I remember right, our champion junior showman told me that his steer's name was Smokey. I think that's right. Is that right? Yep, Smokey. Pretty good calf, genuinely, just very, very fault-free. Lots of just complete goodness in this steer. Very practical in terms of his kind. I really appreciate his body dimension. I like how fresh-shaped he is. He's sound in terms of his build. Is he the wildest one that we've seen in terms of his front end? No, but it matches and it proportions, and I think he balances very acceptably. I think he's good in terms of his structure. Very, very highly presented. Young man has done a great job. Like a lot of things about the black steer that comes next. That's a big pin steer that's very expressive in terms of his shape from behind. The issue is when I get on top of him in terms of the way he's built behind his shoulder. He's not near as bold or as opened up as our class winner, probably not quite as genuine in terms of our rib shape, but again, that's one that's very nicely balanced, very highly presented, attractive, high quality calf here in this particular group. So we move on to the next one. I think just a practical meat and potatoes type of steer. I think this one, if you gave him a shot more bone, you like a lot of things about him. His center body is good, his muscle shape is good. He's very, very good in terms of his smoothness and his correctness of finish. We need a bigger hind leg. We need to set down more genuinely at the surface. But outside of that, man, there's not a lot wrong with just a very, very practically built market steer. Appreciate the shape and the stoutness and the dimension of the Charlet steer that comes next. In terms of hip shape and stifle shape, I think he's very, very good in that regard. Very powerful in terms of his kind. He sets down on a big foot and a big bone in terms of feature. For me, his additional growth and shape and extension probably isn't matched just in terms of softness of body shape and correctness of finish. I have the most questions with him in terms of his genetic ability to grade and being soft enough and far enough along in his degree of finish to get there. Again, the same can be said about this one. Probably doesn't have the same kind of muscle shape and expression as does the Charlet Influence steer directly ahead of him. Plus, I want to see him a little bit looser in terms of his build. Black steer that's going to round out the class, I think, is softer in terms of his kind. We're just the lightest muscled and the narrowest constructed. Need a shot more natural dimension all the way through. Very, very nice on the top side of this class. Please give those kiddos a nice round of applause.
Our results from Class 9. In first place is Brant Vollison from Rural Rustlers 4-H. In second place is Kellen Torrance. Third place, Austin Hunley. Fourth place, Eva Stretcher with tag number 122. Fifth place, Eva Stretcher with her calf tag 123. And in sixth place is Eli Oliver. Coming in the ring now, we're getting into Class 10 of our 4-H Market Beef Show. We have Evan Guy, Alana Ritter, Desmond Aviles, Cooper Maddock, and Owen Hockaday. 5 entries in all. Your weight range on this class is 1,411 pounds to 1,417 pounds.
I don't want to take anything away from the bottom 4 steers in this particular class. But the one that wins kind of wins this class for fun. I think that's a tremendously good market steer. Maybe a little on the verge of being a little small in terms of his kind for me, but everything balances in proportion so good, so bold and muscular in terms of his kind, so just good in the way that his neck blends into the top side of his shoulder. Maybe the most genuine one in terms of his pins and his hock and the way that he sets down in the surface off of his rear skeleton. In terms of some of the upper end cattle that we've seen today, I really, really like that steer in that regard. Young man has done a very, very nice job with him. Brockle face steer that's going to come in second. To me, he's the practical one in terms of his body type and kind, expressive in terms of his muscle shape. Nothing to get excited about, I think, from a balance and skeletal build perspective, but he's the one that I think hits me the next best in terms of how he blends correctness of finish and practical conformation, still with some look and some design from the side. Blaze face, kind of baldy calf here that's going to come out next is one that's very square in terms of his muscle. He's big on the top side of his skeleton. He's bold in terms of his pin set. He goes to the ground with some dimension at the surface. For me, he needs to be rebuilt off of both ends of his skeleton. He's just too hard and too tight in terms of his center body. Really, really question him in terms of his ability to grade. The Charlet influence steer that's going to come next, I do think he's got the advantage in terms of softness of body, particularly through his center skeleton and back through his flank. We just don't have quite the same muscle mass on the top side of our skeleton. We're more rigid and generic in the way that we're built behind our shoulder, and then we taper quite a bit at the base of our stifle and down to the surface. Black steer that's going to round out the set is another very practically built steer that's good in terms of his center body. We're not loose enough in terms of our skeleton, need a shot more natural dimension. Please put your hands together for these kiddos. That was a very nice class.
Results of Class 10. In first place is Owen Hockaday from Rattlesnake 4-H Club. In second place is Desmond Avilas. Third place, Evan Guy. Fourth place, Cooper Maddox. And fifth place is Elena Ritter. Congratulations. Coming in next, we get into class number 11. We have Lexi Guy, Tucker Sedlock, Paisley Rose Vandergriff, Maddie White, Lorenzo Avilas, and Ada Anderson. 6 entries in all in this class. Your weight range is 1,427 pounds to 1,437 pounds.
obviously getting into some heavier weights and some cattle that are starting to show a few more signs of maturity just in terms of the way that they're constructed through their front third, but I think that this is a very logical place to start. This yellow steer is just very complete in terms of his kind. He balances together so good from this side. Heavy muscled, good shaped steer that's awesome in terms of his body depth and his uniformity of underline. That's a great hawked, good footed steer that's so sound in terms of his kind. I really, really like him, and I think that's a nice place to start. I like a lot of things about the black steer that comes out in second. I think he too is a bold bodied steer that's good in terms of his rib shape. He is maybe a little bit more expressive in terms of the way he handles down his top line, particularly over his loin. Very bold and fresh there. Maybe one for me in relation to our class winner. It's just not quite as sound in terms of his structure. We read with a little deeper we read a little bit deeper in terms of our chest, and then if he could set down just a little bit more comfortably in the way that he handles his hock and his rear pastern, I think that pair might get a little closer. I like the white face steer that comes out next in terms of third, very expressive in terms of his muscularity. That's a growthy steer that excels in terms of his performance. Obviously, he's very athletic and sound in terms of his type and kind. Maybe a little harsh for me in terms of his body shape and his amount of finish in relation to some others in this group. Charlet influence steer that comes next is another very expressively shaped steer that's a little bit more generic in terms of his build through his front third, a little bit more mature in terms of his neck shape and the base of his chest, probably not quite as fresh as some others on the top side of this group. Red steer that's going to come out next, again, I just want to see him a little stouter in terms of his feature, but that's a very sound structured steer that's long and level in terms of his top line. He's good in terms of his build, and the young lady's done a nice job. I do want to compliment the young man with the black steer that's going to round out this class. Understandably, he had already headed back to the barn. Steer that probably wanted to have a little bit of an attitude out here, but the young man stuck with it. That steer is good in terms of his muscularity. I think he's very practical in terms of his build. Hope he settles down for the young man and gives him a little bit better attitude moving forward. That's a very nice class of practical cattle. Please show those kids our appreciation.
Results for our Market Beef Class 11. In first place is Maddie White of Kiowa Community 4-H. Second place is Tucker Seedlack. In third place, Lexi Guy. Fourth place, Ada Anderson. Fifth place goes to Paisley Rose Vandergriff. And sixth place, Lorenzo Avilas. Congratulations. Next in, we get into class number 12. We have Cole Powers, Sadie McWhorter, and Joaquin Avilas. Total of three head in this class. Your weight range is a 1,461 to 1,481 pounds in this class. This is our final class of our Market Beef show. So upon the completion of this class, we'll get into our Grand Champion Drive, bringing back our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 12 to compete for the Grand Champion Market Beef Steer here at the Elbert County Fair. Our awards being presented by the Elbert Douglas County Livestock Association for Grand Champion and Reserve Champion, presented by the Tree Hall family, sponsoring the belt buckles. Also, our Elbert County Cowbells sponsoring the banners for our exhibitors today.
Well, as we come to our final class here in our steer show this evening, I think that we end the same way that we've started. I think just with an incredibly high quality, very highly presented, very highly shown steer that the young lady brings us here in this class. I could go on and on, but I think it's pretty easy to see that he's easily the heaviest muscled steer in this set. He's the nicest balanced. He's the soundest structured. He's the one that rises to the forefront of this group relatively handily. We move on to two steers that are just a little bit more practical in terms of their build. I think the steer that comes next, he's good in terms of his body shape. That's just a very functional steer that reads with some muscularity through his hip and his stifle. I wish that he was a little nicer balanced from the side, and I wish that he sat down with a little more bone and foot in terms of the surface. I read him to just be the sounder option of the steers here on the bottom pair of this group. He offers more flex off of his rear skeleton. The steer that rounds out the class, much like him, is practical, growthy, and extended. I just read him a little harsher in terms of his forerib and his flank, not quite as mobile off of his rear skeleton as I'd like to see. Please put your hands together for all of the kiddos. It's been an exceptional steer show.
Results of Class 12 of the Market Beef Show. In first place goes to Sadie McWhorter. In second place is Cole Powers. And third place is Joaquin Aviles. Congratulations. We're going to have a short break before we get into the Grand Champion Drive. This will give everyone a chance to find the best place to sit and get comfortable as the judge goes through our final selection. Again, we'll bring back the first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 12. And on standby, we will have all of our seconds in the result that the class winner is pulled from their class. So look forward. Here in just moments, we'll get into our Grand Champion Drive for the Elbert County Fair. Saturday night. That'll be our concert here at the Elbert County Fair. So we have reached the pinnacle of tonight. We are into our grand champion drive. From Class 1, we have Summer Wangro. Her calf weighs 1,114 pounds. From Class 2, we have Case Carnahan. Weighs 1,178 pounds. Coming in next, we get to class number 3. Our winner is Liam Anderson from Gold Creek 4-H. Calf weighs 1,226 pounds. In next from class 4, Troy McWhorter from the Ranchin Rookies 4-H Club. Calf weighs 1,272 pounds. From Class 5, Ashton Torrance from Rattlesnake 4-H Club, calf weighing 1,287 pounds. From Class 6, Wade White from Kiowa Community 4-H, calf weighs 1,312 pounds. From Class 7, we have Troy McWhorter from the Ranchin Rookies 4-H Club, calf weighs 1,355 pounds. From Class 8, Owen Hockaday from Rattlesnake 4-H Club, calf weighs 1,386 pounds. From Class 9, Brant Vollison from Rural Rustlers 4-H, calf weighs 1,400 pounds. From Class 10, Owen Hockaday from Rattlesnake 4-H, calf weighs 1,417 pounds. From Class 11, Maddie White of Kiowa Community 4-H, calf weighs 1,430 pounds. And from Class 12, Sadie McWhorter from the Ranchin Rookies 4-H Club, calf weighs 1,471 pounds. Our judge tonight for the Elbert County Fair Market Beef Show is Christy Gable of Eaton, Colorado. Christy is the cattle accountant for her family's cattle feeding operation, Magnum Feed Yard, and she manages their commercial cow-calf program. Magnum markets roughly 75,000 head of cattle annually. In high school, Christy judged at Butler College and Kansas State University. That's where she received her education and participated in their livestock judging teams. We're so honored to have her with us tonight.
Thank you guys very much for the opportunity to come and evaluate your cattle tonight. I grew up just down the road, so I haven't had an opportunity to judge here before. Obviously, a lot of familiar faces. I will tell you, and this is me as a Weld County girl, so it hurts my heart a little bit. This is hands down the best county fair steer show I've been to, like without question. The good ones just kept coming and just kept coming and just kept coming, and I thought, you know, when we got into our 1300s, and I'm like, all right, well, we're probably to the tail end of the good ones. Not true. I mean, our class winner out of class 12 is one of the best 8 steers out here, and I just appreciate so much the opportunity to come and work with your kids and evaluate your cattle. And thank you so much for all of the hard work and all of the effort that you kids have put into these projects. And I know that there are a lot of people behind the scenes that get you to this place. No one gets here by themselves. And so to the breeders, to everybody behind the scenes that are helping these kids put these things together, you guys should be incredibly proud, because there's even some steers back in the back that didn't quite make it out into this lineup, particularly a couple here that I've brought out, you know, out of these 5 that I think it's really close between. There were some seconds in class to those that really deserve to be out here. They're just incredibly good animals, and I'm really, really humbled by the opportunity to be able to come and sort them. You know, obviously I grew up in Weld County, and I grew up judging, and I coached our 4-H team there, and my family still shows there. And we have always just had the utmost respect for this county, and obviously a very, very close-knit community. You guys are some of the best cattle people in the state. There's no question about that. But bigger than that, it's just always been one of those counties that you respect and you want to emulate. And I remember when I was judging and when I was coaching judging teams back in the day, the team that you always wanted to beat was Elbert County, right? You had Garrett and Quentin and all of those guys, all of the tree halls, Kirby over here that lit the world on fire. And just like it kept going and going and going. And you guys just raise incredibly good human beings in this county. And you should be incredibly proud of that. And I am thankful to know a lot of you, and I am thankful for the opportunity to work with a lot of you and interact with a lot of you. I think it was very, very close. And just tell you how I see them, right? I don't expect anybody to agree with me. I think logically around this ring, everybody can have their favorite, and you can pick any one of these 5, maybe even make an argument for one that's not out here and 2 along the ring and say, hey, like, they deserve to win this show. And it really just comes down to the kind that you like and personal preference and how you're aligning your priorities. All of these cattle out here do the fundamental things the right way. They are high-performing, compositionally correct cattle that then do all of the extras in terms of balance, soundness of structure, so freshly and so highly presented that they're just very, very, very good. I like the red steer a lot, and the young man kept telling me that he weighed 1230, and I'm like, dude, I don't think that's right. He weighs 1315. I feel a little bit more comfortable with that as the cattle feeder's daughter. Pounds are important, and if I told my dad that I used a steer that weighed 1,200 pounds to win a market steer show, I might not be able to go to work tomorrow. Steer's very good. Are we perfect in terms of the angle of our shoulder? Questionable. He gets out and goes comfortably. Nitpicky stuff. That tail head bothers me a little bit. I wish it was set down a little bit more into his spine. It's a little thing, right? Doesn't really matter. Doesn't change the fact that a good one is a good one. That steer is a good one. The black steer that comes out of the next class that this young man brings to us. I think one that, is very, very freshly presented. He is not the stoutest in this lineup, particularly as you get behind him and you study him to the base of his stifle and as he reads down to the base of his quarter and as he goes down to the surface. Actually, one of probably the narrower constructed ones of the ones that we have out here. But he balances very, very good from this side. There's no question he's got enough muscle, particularly as I get on top of him. And then he just puts it together in a very sound package. From time to time, if we go a little fast, we want to pop our ankle ever so slightly. He sounds structured, there's no question. He's good in terms of his muscle. He balances the right way. Do we have enough stifle? That's my question. The smoky colored steer, I think, was one that won a class. There were 4 head in it, and the top 2 in that particular group were very, very different and both very, very good. I think this one is the outlier for me out here, and I'm not sure that there's one that balances better from the side, that paints a better and more attractive picture in terms of the way that he's constructed through his front third, the way that his neck ties into the top side of his shoulder, and then this dude's hip and hind leg is very, very good. Long in terms of his pin set, so attractive in the way that his hock is shaped, so good and flexible as he sits down at the surface. That was what sorted that pair, because the black steer that was second in that class is probably the most genuine shaped one that we've seen today. Hard, fresh back, really, really bold and opened up in terms of his full rib. Had the full rib advantage over this gray steer out here, but one that when he got out and moved, we dropped our pins, we weren't square enough in terms of our hock shape, and we didn't sit down quite as comfortably in terms of our pastern. I love this steer from the profile. Is he the widest chested? Nope. Does he need to be square in his knee? Yep. Does he need to be bolder in terms of his full rib? Yes. Is he the boldest and the most genuine in terms of the shape that feeds out of the backside of his shoulder? He's not. But that is a beautiful balanced steer that no question has enough muscle, that no question is one of the soundest ones out here, that paints an awesome, awesome picture. We could dial his tail head in ever so slightly. That's getting really, really nitpicky on one, because if you just have that look from him from the side, I don't know that you make steers much better. Nonetheless, county fair steers much better than that. Gray steer that comes next. Maybe not one that is just out there in any area, but for me, he's really hard to pick a hole in. He's probably not as freaky in the way that he's built in terms of his front third. Maybe starting to show just a little bit more maturity in the shape of his neck. But that's obviously very nitpicky, because that steer balance is so good from this side, just in terms of all of his parts and pieces fitting together. He's one of the boldest bodied. He's one of the deepest and the most genuine in terms of his center dimension. I like that steer's full rib. I like that steer in terms of his rear leg and how he sits down at the surface. He certainly has enough muscle. Young man has done an awesome job showing him all night tonight. Very fresh in terms of his shape, very, very highly presented. Again, does he just jump out there in any one area? No. Is it hard to find something that's genuinely wrong with him? For me, yes. We jump into the black steer that I think is the other one out here that's still in contention, and that's certainly no disrespect if you're over there against the fence line, but it's darn near impossible to see all 12 of you the way that I need to see all 12 of you in order to do a fair evaluation and to make sure that I'm seeing the things that I need to, particularly on the move. I'll be the first to admit that maybe he strikes me as a little bit more moderate in terms of his kind. Like, I am a cattle feeder's daughter, and I like ones that have some skeletal growth and extension. With that being said, he weighs 1,420, 30, 40 pounds. I can't call him little, right? Is he a little shorter cannon than some? Yes. Is he also the widest chested and the boldest bodied? Probably. He is massive in terms of his pin set. He doesn't like when I handle him. I think he's kicked me about 3 times. I joked with the young man, we have a rule, if I get kicked, you can't win. I'm joking, I promise. But that is a big, fresh back steer that is so highly put together. The thing that I like about him is I think that he's the one that has the chest width, that has the fore-rib shape, that's got the top and the freshness, that still is good in terms of his hip and his hind leg, right? If you study the way that that dude gets out and moves, I was waiting for him to drop his pins and get up under himself, and he just doesn't do that. His hock is awesome, his foot shape is awesome, and he is very, very good at the ground. Is he super wild in terms of slick in terms of his shoulder and so long fronted? Probably not. But man, that's a really, really, really good one. I think just a tremendous set. I apologize for talking for so long, but I have had a great time. Thank you again for the opportunity. You all should be very, very proud of these kids. And kids, please make sure that you're saying thank you to those who got you here. And make sure that you say thank you to all of these wonderful people in this community. This sale, much like Weld County, is wild. And you guys have no idea how fortunate you are to have that kind of support. So thank you all of the people who are here supporting these kids and supporting this project. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I'll show you the ones that I like the best.
Our grand champion 4-H market steer for the Elbert County Fair is Owen Hockaday of Rattlesnake 4-H. That comes out of class number 10. Coming in now, we will bring in our second place from class 10. That's Desmond Aviles. Calf weighs 1,412 pounds. Reserve champion is also Owen Hockaday. This is the class winner from class 8, weighing 1,386 pounds. Our grand champion 4-H market animal will receive a belt buckle presented by the Elbert Douglas County Livestock Association. They will also receive a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. The reserve champion market beef is presented by the Tree Hall family, Lake and Sherry and family. Thank you for your support. And also receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Again, congratulations, grand and reserve champion here at the Elbert County Fair, presented by Owen Hockaday of Rattlesnake 4-H Club. We look forward to a full day of activities tomorrow back here at the fair. Make sure you check out this full schedule online. Also a note, there has been a change in our performer for Saturday night. It will not be Blackhawk. It's Brian Martin in concert. So check him out online or iTunes. Check out his music. Get your tickets and look forward to having a great concert Saturday night. And look forward to the 4-H Junior Market Sale Saturday at 1 p.m. Don't forget to also come out to the EDCLA barbecue that starts that morning. So look forward to more